Okay. Can I pin this in the chat? Oh, I can. Nice. I'm learning new things. Awesome. And where are my stream details? There are my stream details. So... there we go. Hi Tia, hi Boomin is a mess 57, and hi Turkey, welcome to the stream. Today I will be continuing where I last left off, which is cleaning off this map part. Oh no. I hope my brush is the same size as it's supposed to be. It is exactly the same size. Perfect. Okay, I guess because I left it that, it means that this is the frame I wanted to work on next. That is my suspicion. Hi, Error the Gamer Kitty, welcome to the stream. What are you drawing? I am currently working on an OC map part, so I'm working on an animation. And the character that I'm currently lining is my OC Fern. From my still in a development story Path of Stars. But the characters featured in this animation will be Fern and Thrush. So far I have the entire animation sketched out, and last stream I got pretty nicely lined, so I think I only have like... this is the final fern that I have to line, which is the most complicated part of the animation, but I'm also very happy with it, so I hope that the cleanup will will look as good as the sketch itself. Hi, Perlet. Welcome to the stream, and hi, Cried Official. Welcome to the stream. Have you always enjoyed animating? That is a really good question. I guess the I guess the truthful answer is no. I have not always enjoyed animating, although animating has been a hobby of mine for many years, as probably seen from my channel's history. But when I first started animating, it was fun. But then when I became, like as a teen, when I became a little more ambitious and I wanted to do as much detail as possible, as smooth of a movement as possible, that's when it became more tedious, obviously, because it's a lot more work. And at some point, I don't think I ever really considered dropping on animation or animating as a hobby. But then I think I started to take animating more seriously again in 2000 and I guess like 15, when I like really tried to how would I word it? Like not even 2015, it must have been later, because I think in 2000, like between 2015 and 2017, I recognized that the way I was animating wasn't really efficient. And while I was happy with what I was doing, I felt like I didn't improve enough for my taste. And when I actually started to make some changes to the way I approached animating in more of like a chill way, instead of like trying to be the very best that no one no one ever was, that honestly improved the quality of animating for me. When I didn't actually when I actually let myself relax and have fun with it again, instead of like trying to think what other people would like to see from me, I started to make more of content that I actually enjoyed to animate. And I think that alone was the best decision I've ever made, because even back then I could see if I really enjoyed animating something, I think I was more ambitious and tried out new things. And thus nowadays I really enjoy animating, because it gives me an excuse to keep improving and finding spots where I can continuously improve. And I think that is really lovely to have in this hobby. Hi Spongy Cakey, welcome to the stream. I'm very excited for this map to be completed. Everyone's part looks so good. I know, right? It's so like, I don't think I've ever been in a map Discord in a while where people are so pumped up and so inspired by others that it's so contagious. I absolutely love the fact that everybody is putting their hearts and souls into their parts and into their OCs, and you can actually see the passion and feel the passion behind all the animations. It's like, as I said, it's contagious in the best way possible. No problem. I don't mind answering. I tend to be a little bit wordy. Like, that is definitely my weak spot. I tend to blabber a lot. But I'm glad that my nonsense still gave you a satisfying answer. We're nearly in July. This month they went by so fast. I know, right? I'm like, how the heck did... Where did June go? And at the same time, I feel like I haven't got much anything done, even though I probably have done a lot during this month. But I feel so overwhelmed because I have so many things and projects ongoing. And my like 3-year anniversary of dating with my boyfriend is coming up on the 2nd of July. And I would love to draw something for it, but I've been so busy, for example with this animation, that I haven't had the time to. And I'm a little bit afraid I don't get the time to draw anything. But I know that he doesn't mind, but it's more of like, I personally want to do, I want to draw something for him. Hi Hearted Paula, welcome to the stream. Hi Chocolate Mists, 8091, welcome to the stream. Thank you for a comment, Queenle. I'm happy that my wordy answers can like be really entertaining. Because I agree that not everybody really, not really everybody can like be put on a spot and be able to properly fill in the quote-unquote space, as you called it. It is actually like, it is a tough task, and especially if you have difficulties on talking in general, and for example suffer with like public anxiety from like speaking to people, or in general just like facing such a big crowds. Of course it's like, it's overwhelming and it's really can be really scary, but it is definitely a skill that can be like taught over time, as long as the person themselves of course has like their own heart and interest in it. What app do you use to draw and animate? I use Paint Tool Sai 2 for drawing. I've used Paint Tool Sai for ages. I do have Clip Studio Paint, but I'm very bad at trying out new programs, because when something becomes my comfort program, I tend to go hard on it. And what I mean by that is that I love to learn it inside out and become good with it, instead of like being sufficient in multiple programs. And my friend, or some friends, keep bullying me that I should I should start moving on to Clip Studio Paint. Maybe that will happen someday, but Paint Tool Sai 2 is like the version 2 is what I use for drawing. And Adobe Animate is what I use for animating. And I've used it for ages. But just when I said that I don't really like migrating to other programs, especially when I want to learn everything, the stunt that Adobe pulled a few months ago, I guess at this point, in case some people don't know, Adobe basically sent out an email to Animate users that, hey, we are going to shut down this program in a year. And obviously people freaked out. And they backpedaled and were like, no, we didn't mean that we are shutting down the program for good. We meant that we are going to stop like adding new features to it and such. Which I honestly call bull, because the original email is clear in its wording. I don't think there is any backpedaling from that. And I understand that people have very complicated relationships with Adobe. I have been very fortunate that Adobe programs work as they should for me. like with very minimal crashes and such. But at the same time, it did leave a very bad taste in my mouth. I have some like a longer AMV projects on Adobe Animate that I would love to finish first before I start to try and look out for a new program for animating. But then again, I have been animating with Animate ever since it was Adobe Flash, like back in the day. And nearly all the animations on my channel are produced with it, basically. Except some that where I used MS Paint or Paint Tool SAI and Windows Movie Maker when I didn't have a proper animation program. So yeah, but Adobe Animate and Paint Tool SAI too, they are the primary programs I use for animating and drawing. I've been curious about the Homa 2D. It's a free open source animation program and looks neat. Ooh, I think I have heard mentions of that, but the programs that I've heard the most of are Toon Boom, which apparently is going through its own kind of controversy right now. I don't know what it is about, but I did see like a video title. Not sure how much of it was a clickbait, but apparently Toon Boom has some kind of problem. I didn't watch the video. And then another program, I don't remember its name, but I think it started with an O. But my friend said that they were planning on buying a more expensive license, and they said that they could like gift me their cheaper license for me to try and mess around with the program. The thing is, I really like Animate. Like, Animate has served me really well as an animation program. Many people don't like it because of like its glitchiness and just like notorious its notorious knowledge of getting like crashed. But then again, I have always tried to invest into more of like a gaming laptop, or like a laptop that can handle a little bit more power, so to speak. So, and especially with the latest like Adobe Animate versions or updates, I have had no issues. Like, genuinely, I don't remember when was the last time this program crashed on me, and now I'm knocking on wood. This is not a permission for this program to crash during this stream or ever. Yeah. The only time actually that I despised working on Animate was when I was working on Beautiful World OC map part, and the requirement for that map part was to create part using textured brushes. As you can probably see right now, I enjoy using just a regular circle brush, like nothing too complicated, but I enjoy the simple look of it. And in general, like, I enjoy doing details for myself, so I'm not like one to really I'm not a one to really use textured brushes. But because the map was hosted by my friend, I obviously wanted to support them and just like show her that, hey, your new map is really cool. And I wanted to try out the concept because it sounded fun. But man, did I despise working on it, because it turns out Adobe Animate does have texture brushes, but oh boy, I probably used them wrong, or they are just like very heavy on the program itself, because like I don't think Adobe Animate has ever crashed so much on me when I worked on that map part. I actually made a behind the scenes of that if any of you want to hear me suffer when working on my part. But I originally was not gonna make the behind the scenes because I felt so awful about the entire progress and I didn't want to add to it. But then again, I felt like it was probably like something that I try to do with my behind the scenes is to obviously give a deeper deep dive of my work progress, how I approach animating, especially with the specific animations that I talk about. And then maybe just add in I wouldn't call them tutorials, but kind of open a little bit more what my work progress looks like. And for example, I share on that behind the scenes video that yes, there are indeed texture brushes on Adobe Animate that I did not know about personally, so I wanted to share that information. But I was very close not doing that behind the scenes because the process was so awful. I don't think I've ever hated animating so much than when I worked on that part. And I felt so bad because my sole reason for even doing that part was to support my friend. She's thankfully very good sport about it, she understands why I hated the process. But I still feel bad because I didn't want to be the one person who is this map is disgustingly awful to work on. Animate is definitely infamous, but it is being one of the biggest for a reason. Yeah. And I would like to think I'm not the only one who has had good experiences with Animate, which is why the Adobe's email was so hurtful. Personally. Then again, I'm also currently unemployed. But I have studied graphic design and I have graduated as a graphic designer. And that means I'm basically probably married to Adobe for life because graphic design is very heavily reliant on Adobe programs. So it's kind of even if I wanted to give up on Adobe Animate, I would still be forced to use Adobe programs. And especially now that I'm unemployed, I honestly don't want to get rusty with any of the programs. I occasionally use InDesign, Illustrator, whenever I get the opportunity. So it's complicated, really complicated. I actually am debating on whether I should make behind the scenes, or I was thinking about making behind the scenes video for If I Could Tell Her map part, but so far I'm not certain. However, for this villain map parts, I do have plans on making behind the scenes video because this is one of the parts that have gone through I don't want to say a lot of changes, but adjustments, I guess, and re-storyboarding and such, so I feel like there is actually more content to talk about within the animation itself, instead of it being smooth sailing from start to finish, so to speak. As an artist, what are your thoughts on people generating things with AI and calling it art? As probably what people may guess from my profession as a graphic designer, Um, I genuinely feel threatened by AI and why the unemployment numbers are probably so high right now. I guess if you're making AI art with quotation marks for yourself, or if you're trying it out as a tool and trying to find inspiration for your personal projects, honestly, I guess that is something that I'm like, okay, cool, like go ahead and do that, because I know that I have friends who don't really draw or don't have the artistic talent to express themselves through artistic mediums, so they use AI to create their D&D characters, like the visuals of them and such. So it's like in such a private setting, that is okay. But as long as you like upload it and try and gain popularity of art that has been generated or made with the help of real artists' hard work, that is something I can't really stand behind. I'm happy if AI gives people a chance, especially people who are not really like artistic. I'm happy if it gives them a chance to personally express themselves in a way that they don't know how. But I have issue with people who are trying to seek a profit out of AI generated art and claiming it as their own. However, if the AI is completely your own, like trained, like you have trained it using your own art and your own consent, that is completely different thing. My main issue with AI generated art is the copyright issues behind it and how the AI is trained to generate those images. Like, that is my biggest complaint. If you somehow have managed to make an AI tool that works for you and out of your own style or art only, then I guess be my guest. Do that because you have made a program that you have consented on becoming what it is today. Hi Galaxy Animation 324, welcome to the stream. I do disagree with that, as using AI tool is still incredibly harmful to the planet and generates revenue people who make said tools. I think they can start learning art, commission, or be descriptive. That is actually a really good point. That is actually something I completely forgot about. So thank you, Tia, for mentioning that. I honestly want to become an artist when I'm older, but I'm kind of worried about AI. The good thing that I've noticed is that the AI quote-unquote fashion is starting to wear off. And I really hope that people start to actually see or re-see the value of human-made things. Obviously, if you plan on hoping to become an artist and make a living out of it one day, make sure you have also plan B and plan C. For example, my own real passion is to make a living out of my own comics and maybe like animations and my content in general. But because I know that is basically 1 in a million, if not in a trillion chance for that to become a reality, I studied to become a graphic designer in hopes of having like a quote-unquote second best option and then doing my passions on the side. And all the graphic design jobs that I have had, they have actually been nice. They have been really close to my passions, and they have been really close to what I feel like I thrive as a person. as an artist, what is your advice to people like me who want to create art but have no where to start from and can't use AI because of several reasons? Okay, that is a bit more like why, like a broader question, and that is perfectly fine. What is your advice to people like me who want to create art but have nowhere to start from? My advice is to start off slow. And when I say slow, I mean if you have like a notebook and if you feel like doodling, go ahead and doodle. Like, it doesn't have to look perfect. It doesn't have to look beautiful. As long as you get something out of your brain with your hand and start to just fiddle around and explore how it feels to draw in general, or how it like feels good to like how it feels in general. If that is something that you find enjoyable, if you have the means to, because obviously I don't want anyone to get broke, you can try and sign up for like art classes if that is your thing. Or obviously YouTube and internet in general has a lot of tutorials for just like different kinds of topics. And just if you have like coloring pencils or even like mechanical pencils, like honestly, you don't need much to start with art. If you have just like a boring random mechanical pencil from an office, you can use that. And a copy paper, you can use that. You don't have to immediately right off the back get like alcohol markers and hella expensive paper. Because the thing that I think is the most important is that you need to learn to have fun with it. And if you find yourself enjoying like simple doodling, for example, or if you enjoy making like small emojis, maybe you can start evolving from there. Maybe you can try and draw your favorite animal or fantasy creature, and maybe you can look up to people whose styles you enjoy. You can start studying those, and from there you can start like evolving your own style. And actually, speaking of your own style, don't feel pressured to make your own style immediately. It is something that comes with time, and even if it may not be 101 what you are looking for, remember you got your entire lifetime to perfect it, to ensure that it will be what you want it to be. If you feel like you're stuck, there are ways to get out of it. I sadly don't have any advice what to do when you're stuck, because I have been fortunate enough to be happy with my style and embrace my style and love to improve it. So unfortunately, I'm not the right person to give advice on that regard. But TLDR is just like experiment, have fun, go to classes, go to club meetings with people who are drawing, ask to use their pens or pencils or watercolors or whatever. Like, you can get the feel of different mediums. Or if you have a computer, open up MS Paint, open up whatever free source program you have there and just like draw with a mouse or touchpad. You don't even need a tablet to start off with. Just have fun with it. Enjoy it. Try and find a way to love it. And if you feel like it's not for you, that is perfectly fine. Not everyone is built up to become an artist, and that's okay, because that means you have skills and passion that fits to something else, like maybe making music, maybe to running, or like other like sports, or maybe writing, or anything really. Like, if you don't succeed in one thing, I wish that was something that people could keep in mind. Like, it's not the end of the world, and you have your entire lifetime to explore and find whatever makes you happy. whatever fills your soul with happiness, with whatever makes you happy. That's the point of hobbies in the first place. Okay, there was another question. I will... because that answer also started to bubble a little bit. Sorry about that. How did you actually learn drawing? When I was little, I didn't have internet. Well, I'm 30 years old, so I'm practically in the museum for younger people, and I completely acknowledge that. However, even though I was born in the 90s, and internet may have been like a part of like USA norm, I guess, I didn't have internet until I was 11 years old, I think. And that's when I discovered YouTube and such. So how I learned to draw instead was basically... I have been fortunate enough that there are artists in my family. Like my grandmother likes painting, or right now she's experimenting with like... what is it called in English? Drawing from a model, like live drawing from a model. And then I have my aunt who studied to become a clothes designer, or like a designer, fashion designer basically. And she has always drawn, been creative, not only with fabric, but also she has painted, drawn. And then I had another aunt that didn't... I think that she actually studied, like, not exactly graphic design, but some kind of, like, media. And she also drew. And I really like the way that she drew. So basically, I've been fortunate enough to be surrounded by creative people in my childhood, which in turn has given me a chance to experiment with different art supplies, draw with them. Something that I did a lot with my grandma as a child was to draw, basically, like all day long. My mom was like a single mom, so I lived with her, alone with her, and sometimes my grandma would help her to lighten the load of childcare. And apparently, whenever I was a child, we would draw all day, every day. And then later on, I don't know, art has always been part of my life. It's really hard to pinpoint how I learned to draw, because apparently I could master a human figure, so to speak. Like, not anatomically perfect, of course, but like, I was like maybe 2.5 years old, and apparently I had figured out that humans have a head, a body, and hands and feet. And my grandma was very impressed with my potato drawing. But, so I actually have gone to a separate art school, which I recognize is such a huge privilege. And I'm forever thankful for that, because I learned a lot of things from there. And then in high school, I was on like a... how would I call it? Basically, when I was in high school, I specialized in art courses. The art courses didn't, of course, take away from the actual studies of high school, but like I basically took more art classes than a regular high school student. And obviously, when I graduated from high school, I went to university to study graphic design. So, I guess, long story short, art has always, like, all that I can remember is that I have always been artistic. I've always loved visual stories. I've always loved to express myself artistically. So, that I just happened to grow up with art. Hi Wayne, welcome to the stream. And as Tia responded to you, it is 5 p.m., but morning is perfectly fine. I hope you are having a great day. I have gotten at least basic colors for my map art. I can feel the end getting closer. That's awesome, Charcoal. Good luck with your map art. I just started learning animations. Can you give some advice? Beginner animator. For beginner animators, just like I said earlier with the drawing, however, when you're like trying to learn animation, I assume you know you know how to draw and you know basics of art, like drawing basically. So for beginner animators, I would say that practice on drawing things multiple times, because animating at the end of the day is repeating shapes, repeating head forms, repeating whatever, honestly. And start off slow. You don't have to immediately do like running cycles unless you feel like you want to start off with a challenge, but like start off with blink, start off with like head turns, tail wags, handshakes, or like hand waves, something like a small movements, and just play with it. See what happens when you like increase the space between the frames. What happens if you like decrease the space between the frames? And just basically rinse and repeat. And obviously, if you feel like doing something more like ambitious, then go for it. Obviously, there are like 12 principles of animation or something along those lines. I am self-taught, who basically has done her learning through trial and error, so my advice isn't really like, hey, go study this for several months, but more of like, get your hands dirty, have fun with it, play around with it. And sometimes it may not be perfect, because obviously you're not perfect at the start, but just like try and find joy with it, try and enjoy it, try and find a flow that suits you the best. Sure, things may look crappy, laggy, not really good, but that's part of the process, and that should never be something that should discourage you from trying animation. And just like I said earlier with the drawing, if you feel like animating is not for you, you don't have the patience for it, or it just like feels tedious instead of fun, it's okay. If animating is not for you, you can always try it and get back to it if you feel like it. But if it feels like too much, I get it. It's okay. Not everybody has to know how to animate, like, and that's perfectly fine. But if you're curious about it, try it. Like, I highly encourage everybody to try it. At least once if they want to, because it may open your eyes to other things, and at the same time, it may help you improve in your with your art in general. Thank you so much for stopping by, Error the Gamer Kitty. Thank you for joining the stream. I hope you have a lovely day ahead of you. I love live streams like this, to be honest. The other live stream I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Galaxy. I hope that you have... I'm glad that you're enjoying my rambling. And in general, like, even though I may not, like, see... even though I may not, like, immediately see what you guys are doing in the chat, or, like, talking, or even, like, discussing about the same topic, I trust that Tia keeps everybody in check. But, like, if there is a question that you feel like I missed, feel free to resend it, or, like, even at me in the chat if you want, so I can make sure that I don't skip any questions, because I try my best to prioritize questions instead of, like, the long talk on the chat. Obviously, I try to participate in the talk if I can, but I will gladly... but I tend to give more time and thought to answering questions, so if I don't necessarily see your question immediately or happen to skip it, feel free to resend it, because I promise I want to try and answer every question that I can. I want to get back to animation because I quit it in 2024. That's honestly perfectly fine. Like, you can quit from a hobby anytime, and if you feel like picking it back up, that's perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong with that. And that is honestly the basis of everything I do, honestly. And that is the advice that I love to give forward, is to, like, please just enjoy, have fun with what you're doing, and just let it carry you far, and nurture your soul with it. Oh, Flair, how are the cats doing? I currently do not have Vanu with me, for obvious reasons. But Payu is doing great. And it's funny because you can actually see that she's growing again, even though she's like 2.5 years old. Then again, Turkish Vans as a breed develops very slowly, like up to 5 years old. So it's really interesting to see that Payu is starting to turn from a teenager to looking more of like an adult. Last time that Payu and Vanu saw each other, and I guess as a context for people who don't know, I have 2 cats. And unfortunately, they had a falling out. Right now, my other cat, Vanu, is currently at my grandparents' place. Whether she's gonna stay there forever or temporarily is to be seen in the future. Payu would love to be friends with Vanu, but Vanu doesn't want to be friends with Payu. And last time that they saw each other, Payu once again proved that she would love to be social with Vanu, but Vanu despises the idea of being friends with Payu. And because they are cats, obviously we are taking it slow and following Vanu's lead, because Vanu is clearly the more scared one. So... But Payu is doing lovely. I wish I could, like, ask some of my friends if we could have some, like, kitty dates, because Payu clearly misses to be around cats. And it, like, it breaks my heart how much she wants to be part of, like, other felines, or like, group of felines, and just, like, hang out with kitties. And I get that. Unfortunately, I, as a human, can't provide similar, how would I say it? Like a similar interaction like cats would. But yeah, that is still a work in progress. But both of them are doing great. Vanu was doing fantastic last time I saw her, and I'm forever grateful that my grandparents are taking such good care of her. And Payu is also thriving. I have seen some dreams, which obviously must be taken with a grain of salt, but I have seen multiple dreams of them getting along again. So I hope I hope they can get along at some day. But unfortunately, I do also recognize, because I live in like a single room apartment, I do not have the space to reintroduce them properly, which is why we are doing it in a bit less convenient way, which is like in a spruce of moments whenever I visit my grandparents, because my grandparents live a little bit further away than in my neighborhood. So, and I also, like, while I would love to take Vanu back with me, I do recognize that my space is not, like, it would not be healthy for either of them to be here, and the only thing that I could put, like, as a door, I could put between them is a bathroom that does not have windows, so it would not be humane for either of them. Poor Jay. No, I feel Jay, in a sense, because it's like, it's clear that Bio would love cat connection, and I would love to give it to her. But it's tricky. At some point, I do plan on getting a third cat. But I need to think it through, obviously, because if Vanu is not happy with Bio, obviously introducing a third cat into the mix may be reckless and troublesome, so. Hi, it's Emily Chan, 2011, welcome to the stream. Bye, Galaxy! Thank you for joining. Briefly, I hope you have a lovely day. was some discussion about languages last stream, and I was just curious. Is Nynorsk/Bokmål spoken in Finland? Not that I know of. At least not as like an official language. I guess Tia can back me up on that if or back me up on that or disagree with me if I happen to remember. The only one of those I've like I assume they both mean the same thing. I've heard of like Nynorsk, but I don't think I've ever heard it. I don't think it's very like widely spoken. Okay, thank you, Tia. Thank you, Cuddles Kid. Glad you think that. Yeah, I actually have like somebody one friend who likes to remain anonymous. They also confirmed what Thea said, so I'm a dummy. I'm a bit dummy. Like I don't have such a wide knowledge of languages. However, I'm like, honestly, these streams are like a perfect learning opportunities. Like even for me. And hopefully everybody else involved. Welcome to Unintentional School. Hi, Han! Welcome to the stream. Lovely seeing you there too. I'm doing pretty good actually. How about you? I yesterday was out with my boyfriend, his twin, and his twin's wife, and we went to a medieval festival in Turku. And it was a lovely experience, except the fact that I got like a sunstroke. Is that what it's called in English? Anyway, I didn't burn. But I did get struck down by the sun. Like I felt awful afterwards because we were hanging out like 6 hours in full-on sun and hot cityscape. However, the festival was lovely and I got to eat like candied apples. And in general, the vibes were just lovely. There was a lot to see and feel, so that was also very nice. I wouldn't consider myself like a huge medieval fan, but I definitely love the history bits and the kind of like the culture, how the culture was in the medieval times in Finland or in like Viking cultures, and it was just fascinating. It was nice to experience. The worst part about the sunstroke was that recently I have learned to embrace like sunglasses, but I forgot them. So I basically was like, okay, I have a hat, like because my friends wanted to dress up in like a medieval way, or a little bit like how they dressed up back then, basically like minor cosplaying there. I was wearing a little sunshade hat. You know what? I am drawing. I can draw it. I was basically wearing this kind of hat that had like a lot of like, this gave me a lot of cover, the edge. So I was like, oh yeah, I am perfectly fine. But turns out, even though I didn't get sunburned, I still had when we got back to my boyfriend's place, I got an awful headache. And I don't think I felt like throwing up in a while, but I nearly felt like I wanted to go and hug a toilet. Thankfully, a painkiller and actually getting some food that is not sweets did like remedy the situation. But I genuinely have forgotten how awful sunstroke feels like. And that was a kind reminder that maybe me using sunglasses during summer recently has actually been a good thing. Thank you so much, Sheep. I'm happy to hear you enjoy my art so much. I genuinely do not recommend sunstroke for anyone. Like, it was awful. And the worst part is that it only struck like afterwards, like when I was in the sun, or like when we were outside. It didn't hit to me then. My temper was maybe a little bit shorter than normal. I'm like very patient person in general. And I like cried at the freaking festival because I patiently had been waiting for an hour or 2 hours to have a snack or buy something, and then when me and my boyfriend started to wander off, I just like basically rage quit like a freaking child because my patience was running so thin. Bless my boyfriend's heart. He is so patient and understanding and so kind. I love him to death. But admittedly, I do feel a little bit embarrassed that I basically just cried in the middle of a freaking market and like rage quit because I didn't get a snack fast enough. To be fair, I could have gone on my own, but then again, I think my boyfriend's twin expressed of a desire of wanting a candied apple for himself. So my expectation was that we are going to go and get them together. But when we spotted that it had a long queue, and as aforementioned, I am a very patient person, probably too patient for my own good. And when basically my boyfriend's twin was like, nah, that's too long of a queue, let's seek another spot or stall. And I just my mind started to crumble. I was like, what do you mean that is a long queue? I had wanted to get a caramel apple or like a freaking caramel triangle lollipop from this stall ever since I saw it for the first time 2 hours ago, and now I am being denied, even though I wasn't being denied, but that's what it felt at the time. I'm being denied an access to a freaking snack that I was dying for. Not one of my proudest moments, but oh well. Do you have an Instagram account? I actually do. I haven't posted much there. However, it is. I do have it. Hold on, let me quickly check whether it is in the description of this. Of the stream. I think it should be. Yes, my Instagram is cuteflareart, and you can find a direct link to it at the bottom of the description of this stream. So you can click and find my account from there if you're interested in checking it out. And that also applies for any other socials that I have. I always link them into my descriptions or at the bottom of my descriptions in every video that I post. So you can find all the active and social channels that I use from there. You know what? That's a valid crash out player, at least in my opinion. My boyfriend did say the same thing too. And even though I had very hard time putting up boundaries or being selfish, maybe in a selfish way, I do think that I was justified in my crash out, even though I didn't feel like I deserved the crash out, so to speak. But we survived, and he bought me a chocolate-covered apple. So that was nice. Very lovely. Also, people talking about drinking water. I actually drank like 3 liters of water yesterday. But I guess that why my sunstroke even like came to a head was because I didn't actually properly eat for like 6 to 8 hours. Anything salty or like sandwiches or anything like that. Like I had eaten, or like we ate before we went to the market, and then I ate the sweets. And then the next time we ate properly was after we returned. Like it had been 8 hours at that point since I had properly eaten. So that probably unfortunately worsened it. Being hungry is such a big mood, honestly. I low-key wished my mood wasn't dependent on food, but then again, I guess that is a good sign when I should actually eat. Your boyfriend sounds so sweet. He is really sweet. And I think that we balance each other out, especially when I'm like more of like a blubber machine. Not as much as his twin. But I am basically more extroverted, and he's more introverted, and more like balanced, I guess, is the right word. So I feel like we balance each other out pretty well, which is lovely. And I really enjoy, he has also like fun, creative, chaotic energy that he loves to play with very often. However, I enjoy that he can be like grounded and actual adult whenever the situation requires it. Meanwhile, I'm more emotional, emotionally charged person, so that's fun. Your electrolytes were probably out of whack. Honestly, I think that is also what contributed to it. I probably had like drank myself quote-unquote dry. Even though I was well hydrated, there weren't like any minerals going on in my system, so it's basically like... Or rather, because of sweat and everything, all the salts and such just like left my body. So it was definitely like, you can clearly pinpoint why the crash out happened and why later I had such a big headache. Thankfully, like a painkiller and just like eating helped it out. And obviously sleeping, but the painkiller, I didn't feel any headache after I requested a painkiller from my boyfriend. Hi Prana Animates, welcome to the stream. Roof work during summer is torture. I can imagine that, especially if the roof is like black. Oh boy. Like honestly, construction workers deserve so much, like, you guys deserve so much better than what some people are treating you. You're doing such a great work that benefits like living basically in different forms. Okay, after I finish this frame, I will go to toilet, but I will be back afterwards. And also I will fill up my water bottle. And if any of you guys are hydrating yourself, remember to take a sip of that water. And also, if you're working on anything while listening to this stream, this is your reminder to remember to save your progress. No matter how good your program is, no matter how well your laptop or computer works, remember to save your work. Because sometimes you may accidentally close that tab or program and then by accident press that don't save the changes. It may sometimes be a human error. It may not always be a computer error. So please save your work. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Should I go work on my animation or draw? Which one do you feel like doing? Or I guess because you're asking in general, you feel like probably equally doing both. So, well, I'm animating, so I may suggest that feel free to animate, but obviously if you wanna go by what other people in the chat say, people in the chat can have a say in it. Oh, Charcoal puts up a very good point. One more animator has joined the squad. We had a very sad fate today. The pet pan in the house finally died. Oh no! Not the pan! It really sucks when you have like a very faithful kitchen appliance or whatever, and then it just dies. Or like basically runs out of its utility. It sucks especially when you are like, oh, this is my favorite pan, or this is something that I love using in general, and then they just die. Such an unfair fate. How's the climate in Finland? I know it's Northern Europe, but it's also summer right now. Is Finland's population concreted in the south, where it would be more moderate? Yeah, because Helsinki, aka our capital, it locates South Finland. Basically at the other side of the pond to Estonia. Especially now during summer, I think that at least I have been very fortunate. We haven't had much of a we haven't had much of a heat stroke as we probably had like last year, at least not in all of Finland. Obviously some places are hotter than others, looking at the east border next to Russia, where it tends to get the hottest. But definitely because Finland is very lakey country and next to the sea, the temperatures by the coast areas and lake areas are a tad bit more controlled than it would be in East Finland, where the water sources are not as close. And as of right now, it has been humid here too, where I live, like nearby Helsinki, but because there are lakes and waters, as I've aforementioned, it is bearable. Like the temperatures are definitely getting higher day by day, but it is still tolerable here, at least to my taste. It has been like 25 Celsius today, which is definitely better than having 30 or 40 that France has been having lately, which is insane. But I would say that in general our summers consist of at their hottest points, well, because of the climate change and whatever, the summers are between 20 degrees or like 18 degrees Celsius to 30 degrees Celsius, I would say. Then during fall and spring, because they are like in between seasons, the usual is kind of like between 0 to +10, I would say, like by average. And then during winter, depending on where you live, obviously in South Finland it is unfortunately because of, again, climate change, winters have become less snowy at least, and at times less cold as well. But I would say average Finnish winter consists of -10 degrees to -25 degrees. And once again, the coldest is around east and like middle/north Finland. Hi, Goldfish. Shyness of wait. Hi, Cold Fishiness Official. Welcome to the stream. Sorry for butchering your username. And hi, it's Xinhua Golap. Welcome to the stream as well. Does most of the population live in /around Helsinki? Sort of like Iceland, where everyone lives around Reykjavik? I would say yes. Majority of the, I would say like 1/3 of Finland lives around like Helsinki / the capital area, or in like between Helsinki and Tampere. And then the rest of the Finnish people are like spread across the country. The norther you go, the less people there are, obviously. As Tia mentioned... Wait. Oh yeah. As Tia mentioned, Rovaniemi, that is the most populated city in the north. And that is a very touristy place. So that is definitely like, there's a bit higher spike of population there. But generally speaking, majority of Finnish people are in the south or by the west coast. Also, don't need to apologize why in your curiosity to geography. I bet that Tia is having a blast. Admittedly, I'm not the best with geography. It was one of the few subjects in school that I did have interest for it, but because it's a lot of math, it just like, I don't know, it just like, it doesn't strike my brain the same way as biology does, for example. But it's definitely like, it's a wonderful skill to have. For example, I'm terrible with maps. And in your like, you would think that the visual person would actually be more efficient with maps, but nope. Like freaking, even if I would be using like Google Maps or something that has GPS attached to it, and you see the dot where you are, there's a high probability that I walk the wrong way, regardless the map leading me to the right way. I don't get it. I will never understand maps. Bless people who actually do understand maps. Like you own like freaking superpower that I do not have, and I have inherited it from my mom. Thank you, Mom. Smiley face. Do you know Find the Markers or the OSC? Can you could you please refresh your I can't talk. Could you please reword your question? Goldfishiness official? I didn't quite catch what you were trying to ask. Do you know Find the Markers and the Object Show community? You mean that you want to see how the animation looks like? Like thus far? I'm really sorry, it also can be my dyslexia kicking me. So I'm really sorry about that. Do you know Find the Markers and the Object Show? Ah! No, I actually do not. I don't. Thank you, Wyan, for throwing in that question. or like decoding. Unfortunately, as I said, obviously not an excuse, but an explanation at times. My dyslexia can be awful at times, so thank you for bearing with me. But no, I do not know about that show. There are a lot of like fantastic shows and such going around, and while some of them are like single word, then there are some that are just like mouthful. So I guess it's understandable why it may get confusing at times, especially if somebody like me doesn't have much of knowledge of what to look for. To be fair, Finnish is one of the most difficult languages. Maybe not as challenging as Mandarin or something like that, or Japanese or such, but Finnish in its own right is awful. And when I say awful, I mean like awful to learn. Some people pick it up very quickly, which is nice. The thing that Finnish has going for it is that the letters are spelled the way that they are written, unlike in English, where you basically, well, A is an A, for example. In Finland, it's like A, so anything that has A, aka A, in it, is spelled like A, aka how it looks. So in that way, Finnish is very easy, but when it comes to learning all the different endings of words and such, it has a fancy name, but as I mentioned dyslexia, you can probably imagine I was not very good with Finnish when we were learning it. We have like, for example, like in English you have multiple nouns is what they're called, right? Anyway, you have a lot of like a, the, on, in, yada yada yada. But in Finland, when you're speaking of different words or different things, instead of adding something at the front or at the back, as like an additional word, in Finnish you add more letters. So the words get longer and longer and longer, and the ending of the word changes depending on what you mean to say. And that is the point that makes Finnish awful. Like awful language to learn. Obviously, if you power through it, that's amazing, but there are like 13 official. There used to be 15, but now there is 13, question mark, different endings that you can put on a word. And it means something different every single time. Like, not that the meaning of the word changes, but more of like, what you're doing with the word changes. I don't know how to explain it any better. I mean, there are also, hold on, I will quickly translate that word so I actually talk. So I actually know what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, in Finland is Finnish is notorious knowing for its compound words. But that is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the different thing. I am losing what it is, the word. Your art is very lovely. Thank you, Lilihan. I'm really happy to hear that you're enjoying my art. And welcome to the stream, by the way. Thank you for dropping by. I guess what I'm trying to like say, okay, let's pull up an example, and I'm gonna use my tablet for this, so it's easier. So let's take a simple word. I guess let's take a ball, like, you know, just a regular simple ball. In Finland, it's called pallo. So this is basically like a ball. This is pallo. So let's say that you got a ball, or you have a ball. Hold on. Yeah, let's say that you own a ball. You basically are like, I own a ball. In Finnish, instead of doing this, we go like minä, which is I, omistan, which is own, pallon, which in this case it can be an A or it can be the ball. If you, for example, point somewhere and are like, hey, there's a ball, or there is the ball, then you're like, okay, let's like there's a ball. In Finnish you go, tuolla, which is there. On, which is S right here, aka is. Pallo. Hold on, what I'm trying to... Okay. Well, anyway, you get this. So this is a ball. So, let's say that something is inside the ball. So, here is a ball, and we have a fish inside the ball. The fish is for the example, but we are saying that there's something in the ball. In Finland, you go pallon. So this is in the ball. Sisällä on jotain. But then you can also say, because we have a fish, right? You can say that fish is in the ball. You could say that kala, which is a fish, on, which is pallossa. So basically, in the ball combines into one word. This is what I'm talking about. In Finnish, we have multiple these ending things, and we have 13 of them. And it changes every time when there's a different context. And I partially blame this for my dyslexia. Yeah, who needs Duolingo when you have a freaking stream? Okay, somebody has a really loud bass. You're welcome. We went a little bit of a tangent there, but I hope that somebody learned something new. And it's just like, just to give like few examples if we continue with the ball. Like we have a ball, and we established it's a pallo, right? And we did establish that in a ball is pallossa. But how about it's on the ball? And in Finland, we don't have this. We don't have us or ens or des. Pallo is basically the slash a ball. So if we want to say on the ball, we say pal, lol, la. And if, for example, the ball owns something, let's say, well, if ball owns something, basically, it's like pallon. This means that the ball owns whatever. This is what the ball owns. And for example, if we want to go from another ball to another, we could say like pallosta, pallolle, which is basically like from and 2. Okay, this is the mini Finnish class. Welcome to the welcome to my TED Talk about balls. Maybe the fish is... I hope that the fish is fine too. Yes! Ah, stuffings! That's the word. But yes. We just have multiple stuffings. Like, help. Welcome all those toodles casting into the stream. We were just talking about Finnish language and how it's structured, and I was just like giving a little presentation how my native language works, or rather what is the difficulty of Finnish language, I guess is more appropriate way of saying it. And as I was talking about my boyfriend earlier, my boyfriend is actually a teacher, and unlike me, who is suffering from dyslexia and can't, well, I'm obviously speaking, but can't like express myself verbally at times because of dyslexia, he, on the other hand, he loves words, he loves writing, he is like fascinated by language and the many ways that you can express yourself through language. And sometimes he just like playfully teases me if I say something, and that can easily mean other thing than I said. So he may sometimes, just for fun, stick to what I didn't mean to say, like in a lighthearted manner. And he knows when to drop it when I'm not in a mood. But that is like, that's where he finds his delight. And I'm highly fascinated by it. And he also has a really good skill of like turning complex things into more understandable versions. Like he has specialized in history and religion. So, and he has been teaching a lot of like people whose native language isn't isn't Finnish. So he has shown me some of those papers that he has made from like Finnish history and made more simplified like page-long chapters of stuff. That is something I wished I had as a person who went through school, because my dyslexia necessarily didn't slow me down. I never had a problem with like speed, but sometimes I have trouble understanding things. So that's something I probably would have found very helpful as a child. But I think that he's in a right profession and he enjoys teaching people, and yeah, I'm happy for him. You're very welcome, Ryan. I'm glad that you can find a space to chill in. That is definitely what I strive my streams to be. Thank you so much. Especially now that I recovered from the yesterday's sunstroke, I am doing fantastic. I thought I would be more tired, but turns out that this is just like the perfect kind of medicine for me to charge my batteries. Like, I get to be mildly social, but as an extrovert I still get to, like, you know, recharge. Plus I feel like I'm still, like, even though we had like a side tangent, I still feel like I hope you guys too who are also working on stuff in the background, but like especially for me it's nice to actually get some progress with lining the animation. I don't think that I can get the entire animation of Fern lined today. However, I would be very grateful if I can get, like, I don't know, I'm not gonna set a goal. I just wanna, like, work at a pace that feels nice. The more I get done, the better, so to speak, but at the same time, I want this to be chill. I wanna do this for the love of the game and not try and pressure myself unnecessarily. Because, as I mentioned earlier, I really like this map part. I'm really proud of what I've achieved thus far, and thus I really wanna give more heart to it instead of, like, just rushing to the finish line. While it could be, like, very easy path to take, I think it's just, like, it's just nicer to take it easy and just love what you're doing. Hi Manuel, welcome to the stream! And welcome to my channel in general. Okay, let's see how this is turning out at the moment. Yeah, I have 2 frames left from this bit of animation. So I hope that I finish at least those 2 frames, and maybe more. But first, I want to finish the frames and see from there. Okay, that ear seems to be like the right ear, or like the left ear, seems to be a bit like it just like a little boink, but I think that I can fix that when doing the other in-betweens. So for now, I'm not too concerned about it, but I'm definitely gonna keep in mind what it is doing. But yeah, I am gonna have a little toilet break and also fill up my water bottle. So I will lock that layer, and I guess I will give you a preview of what is aligned thus far. So obviously minor flashing warning. I will also turn off that lip syncing for now. And oh yeah, maybe also right. Be right back. Yeah, I hope you will enjoy this bit of animation, and I will be back in a moment, so yeah, in a moment. Alright, let's get back to animating. I have filled my water bottle and some business. I may have another break to have an evening snack, but I'll see about that. Thank you, dear. Warrior cats or no, or a mix? I mean, I've read Warriors. I have been a fan of Warriors, but I haven't read past Vision of Shadows. So I don't know what's actually happening in the newer books, but it is definitely, or at least the parts that I've read, it has been enjoyable. Enjoyable book series. Okay, thank, thank you, Tia, and all the tools for joining. I hope you both have a lovely rest of your day.
What?
I used to claim that animation is a person back in 2024, but not anymore. Yeah, animation is just... Sorry, I just got in the flow, but welcome to the stream. Speak to the masses. I am kinda speaking to the masses. The chat has been quiet for so long that I've just like drifted into comfy snoozeness. Oh my goodness. how many more frames or fern do you have for this shot? I have... I'm working on this one. So... And how are these looking? Okay. Okay, so I'm currently working on this one, and afterwards I can't control my timeline, because who needs a timeline? I have 1, 5, 10, 15, 17 frames, which is not actually that bad, and now that I say aloud, I've done shots with more frames than that. And even though this is more complex movement, like a half a body, I think it's still like doable at a swifter rate. Yeah, I didn't think I'll finish them today, obviously, but I think that as long as I don't run out of steam, I want to maybe finish 2 more frames after this one. Hopefully this is an easier frame to line. Because the movement happens so closely to the previous frame. So that's nice. What are you up to? What are you doing? I'm looking stuff in the studio, don't mind me. Okay, there we go. Ooh, are you drawing something specific or are you just doodling? did mention that to me. You plan on working on that one? Okay, hold on. I'm going to fiddle a little bit with your settings, so don't mind me. There we go. Now it's better. Perfect. That's awesome! Embrace your reawakened vibes. Feels for it. Enjoy your upgrade. Hi, Random Bambi fan. Welcome to the stream. drawing takes a lot of practice, but also it definitely helps when you love what you're doing and are having blast with it. Drinking water is always good. I probably should do that too. Especially when it's like, especially in Europe, where right now the summer is starting to cross some insane temperatures. Hydration is very important, and also salt. Oddly enough. Or electrolytes is the actual thing, but practically salts. Okay, I think I managed to finish cleaning up this short snippet here. Let's zoom in a little bit and lock it. Okay, this makes an accidental jump. I think I moved it by mistake. Let's see, can I actually fix it? Fix it and put it back in place. Because that was not supposed to move. Okay, perfect. Okay, now it should be where it should be. I clearly when I was moving the head, I forgot that this lower body that is not supposed to move apparently began moving because I forgot that it even existed. But thankfully it wasn't too difficult of a fix. That would have been devastating. Okay, awesome. Let's re-watch that. Okay, yeah, much better. What should I do? Whatever you feel like doing. You could draw, you could write, you could be creative, or you could take it easy, or play a game in the background. Lovely, she looks so hopeful. Thank you! Yep, very hopeful right there. Before everything goes to south. I actually like special shout out to these shoulders. I actually enjoy how well I have managed to make them move. But it is such a minor thing in the background. Hi! Yes, Nesterio. Thank you very much for your subscribe. And welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, I spotted another thing. Now I get to move a little bit ahead. And I think I'll line this frame next. That is true. However, because it's in the background, it will be moving later on, but this was my shortcut. And I will actually remove it from here because I will animate that one for the start. Because here she is making more movement, so it makes sense. But admittedly, I could do it here too. But I feel like it's more of like, because it's quote-unquote in the background, with the back legs, I wanted to find a lazy way out, so to speak. And here I will be moving it. Back leg hip, that makes more sense. Yeah, this weekend has just like flown by. Like, what do you mean now it's Sunday? "40-hour Saturdays" is something I can subscribe to. Hi Wayne, welcome back. Thank you. Hi, Tech Animations, welcome to the stream. How warm is it over where you live? Habineri, welcome to the stream. Hi, Ashili Channel. If you're talking about the Kia Kia dance commission that I made 13 years ago, yep, that's me. Hi, Chibi, Gile, and the Tiwi, welcome to the stream. And people, the roleplay and LARPing rule has been put in place just for other people's comfort. And when I say comfort, I mean that this is supposed to be a place where everybody is welcomed and acknowledged. And usually LARPing and roleplaying, more often than not, result in ignoring other people. So that is why it's not allowed in the chat. I do not play Killer Chase, but I have heard about it. Okay, Chibi. Do you like trees? I do like trees. I enjoy drawing them, and in general, I do love nature, and trees are part of the nature. I would say I probably prefer like flowers and like flower bushes over trees, but when you see a really old tree, that is definitely a sight to behold. You can talk about what you do and what do you like. So what's being animated right now? I'm currently working on a map part, a multi-animator project part, for an OC map, and I got 2 parts in it, and I'm currently lining my OC Fern. She is from my story that is still being developed, called Path of Stars, and this part is going to showcase one of her many interactions with a cat called Trash after he dies, and that's what I'm currently working on. I'm currently lining, so doing cleanup. So I have the entire part sketched out, and just now I am cleaning it up and hopefully getting to color it at some point. Whenever the line art is ready, of course. Is the moon made out of cheese? I guess it depends on the universe that you live in. Ooh, making geometry dash levels sounds... It does sound like a fun activity to do. It probably feels satisfying when you complete a level and just manage to make it work the way that you want. Or at least I would imagine it includes some kind of like visual puzzle solving. I'm glad that you find my stuff cool. It is nice to hear that people are enjoying the content that I make. Even the older content as well. It's really nice to see that some of the older content can like gain life when new people get introduced to it for the first time ever. Yeah, this is Adobe Animate, the program that I'm using. One or 2 days ago I made a geometry dash level that needs to infinity amount of clicks. That sounds cool. Sounds like it required some work to figure out as well. Or was it pretty easy? Yeah, I think this will be the last frame I'll do today. I think that is probably a reasonable plan. Or at least the last frame on stream. I'll see if I still have some steam left after finish streaming, but Yeah, I probably should have an evening snack, and I think that is a good point to also end the stream. Yeah, ads maybe a little bit jump scary, especially when they come unannounced.
Now hey! Hey, Payu! Hey, Payu! Hey! Payu!
My cat came to demand attention. My baby girl.
Now hey! Now hey!
I just picked her up.
A sweet little baby. Sweet little lady. Who feels amazing because I brushed her earlier. Yeah, I brushed you earlier. Your fur feels so nice. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll... Okay, I'm gonna be... I actually will end it here. I will... show what I got done during this stream, and lines that I've completed before I finish off the stream, because my girl wants attention and I probably should give it to her and give her food. So here's a preview of what I have done thus far for this animation. And I finished the head lift right here. Or at least lining it. There's only final shot where I have to line Fern, or finish off her movement, and then I have to line our trash. And then I have to complete cleanup done. I'm actually pretty happy how this is turning out, and I hope that the final product will also reflect that. But yeah, thank you so much for everybody who tuned in, whether you're watching this live or are watching it afterwards. I hope you will have a wonderful day, night, evening, or morning, wherever you are. I don't know when I will be streaming next, but we'll see. Maybe next week. And thus, I guess I will see you all in the next stream.